Hi. Hello. All right. We work on this thing today. The PogPaint. Yeah. Hello, Arya. How are you doing? Yeah. So what I'm going to do today is, if we look at this crab here, we see that Super Mario was called Jumpman in Japan. No way. I don't know. No. You're lying. Isn't Super Mario made in Japan? Because it's Nintendo, and Nintendo is Japan, right? There's no way they call it Jumpman there. That's a lie. Anyway, here's what I'm doing, right? We can draw on planes, but every plane is very plain. And what we want is to have a little bit of shape in 3D. So here's what I'm thinking. We need to give some shape to our 3D planes. In addition to just being able to draw in multiple planes. Because that's how we draw a 3D object, right? But you can still really easily see that it's composed of planes. What it's going to be instead is it's literally going to be planes with curves. Going to be able to will turned out really nicely. Yeah, I like how this crab looks, right? But let's like just think about what else do I want to draw, right? What if I wanted to draw like a hold on. What if I wanted to draw like a human face, for example, right? Because crabs are, I feel like, a special case that are easy to draw on this thing because they're kind of flat, you know. But remember the sharks that we had, or even this chicken, right? A little weird when you look at it from the different sides, you know. So here's how do I do this? Okay, let me try doing something. So here's my thinking. Here's my thinking. Here's what I want, I think. As its appeal. Yeah, but it will not be like much different. The thing that I'm going to try and do here, but it's going to be a little better, I think. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What is this? This is the hair of a human, obviously, right? Yeah, that is what it is. And then we draw another plane over here, right? And then I want to draw the human face. The human face is what's the color of a human face? Is this the color of a face? I mean, maybe something like over here, right? Whatever. Um. So yeah. I think I want to draw in Paint my face like usually, right? So here we go. We do this, and then we say that this is an eye over here, and this is another eye, right? And we do this and that, and we do a smile, right? So this is the face, this is the hair, right? But obviously this is not 3D looking face. When we look at this guy from this side, it's going to look weird, right? So how do we do this? One of the things that we can do is to make it like Minecraft, where everything is a box. But I think Minecraft, I don't know. Like Minecraft is Minecraft. I don't want to be Minecraft. I want to be something else, you know. So instead, I want to be able to change the shape. So like one of the first things that I drew here is the hair, right? So in order to fix the hair here, I think what I want is to just draw the brain inside. Problem fixed. Yeah. Here's what I think about the hair, for example, right? I just take this middle point, move it up, and make it look like a cone, you know? So this texture is going to be on a cone, right? I can't really do it right now because the tool doesn't allow me to do it, right? But this would fix the hair from this perspective, because the hair is going to be like on a cone. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then how do we go about the face? I think the face I want basically to do the same, you know, but instead of it being a cone, we want it to be a cylinder, right? Although I'm not sure if I'm going with the cylinders directly. Nightlight, the push-ups. All right. Okay, 1 second. Let's do the push-ups. Then I explain what I want to do. All right. Good afternoon. Hello. All right. So now that this is done, we're going back. Explain what I want to do. Right? So like for some things like the hair, I want it to be a texture on a cone. For some things like the face and the back of the face, like the head itself, I want it sometimes to be like a cylinder, you know? And sometimes we want even some other shapes, right? But how do I do this in a very easy and quick way? Uh, and my idea is that since what we have right now is just the textures, right? The planes. One tool that allows you to give shape to your plane is the height map, right? So I think this should be enough for me to basically do all the shapes that I have. The cylinder is going to be done using multiple textures then, but it still would be able to do. I would still be able to do that with just a height map. So like we just push some things forward along the normal and some backward, and that's it. You know, I think that should be enough. Do a lot of things. Have we seen Kofi without a beard? I am not sure if I ever streamed without a beard. Do I love you? Of course, I love everyone. I love all of you. Alright. Knew somebody loved me. What do you mean, Sage? Here's a heart for you. There's a heart for you, love. And we are going to draw here. Bevy. Alright. That's you, right? We love Bevy. Alright. Can you give this guy a brain? I mean, I can make this thing a brain. Right? There you go. Now inside this thing. Alright. Yeah. So, yeah, basically what I want is to be able to do height maps on my textures, right? Which means that for every single texture, we're going to have an additional texture, which is the height map, literally. I'm also thinking that it should not only be the height map, but also, like, we should be able... Let me see. I think we should be able... So I'm drawing something here, right? I'm drawing something like this, this thing. And sometimes I wanted to have this shape, right? This, so like I can draw something like this, right? For example. So if we look at this plane at the bottom, we wanted to have shape like this. So I will have another tool which will allow me to raise this part of the texture over here in the middle a little higher to give it this shape, basically, right? That should not be that hard to do. But I think additionally, while we are at it, we can also do not only movement along the normal, but also have movement on this axis and on that axis, which is inside the plane that we're drawing itself. Is it possible to draw something in between the planes? What do you mean in between the planes? You can add another plane in any position, right? Like I can add another plane like here and draw it like draw something here. Right? I'm not sure what exactly you mean. In this application, we literally just have 2D layers, but the layers are placed in 3D space, right? And the thing that I want to add to this tool is so that those flat layers, I want to them to be not flat, right? Which I'm going to do using height maps. That's the thing. And then I'm also talking about being able to not only do the height map, but also basically... how do I even describe this? Easy. Let me try. So we have this grid, right? Like an origami, OMG, and ARM. Yeah, that's like two different things. I'm not sure what I... anyway, an arm. Hold on. Oh, wait, an arm there. All right. Hold on. Someone closed my door. Yeah, I'm not alone. Anyway, so we have this grid, right? And everything... So this is going to be... right now, basically, I'm drawing every single texture as a quad with a texture drawn inside, right? So we have something drawn on it. But we can instead just draw a grid and do like proper mesh. And then every single vertex on this grid, we're going to move up and down along, like according to the height map. But as I was saying, in addition to the height map, we can also add some movement like along the X and Y axis on this plane itself. And this way, we would be able to do more of a circular shape. If you ever saw the way you do like a texture, you do texturing on a sphere, for example, right? I think it's like called cube map or something. Cube mapping. UV maps. Yeah, it's like a very specific kind of thing, though. Like, maybe like at some point I want to be able to draw a circle, like I mean a sphere, right? Right now I have no way of doing a sphere, so in order to do this properly, I will need to make my vertices like collide, and basically we draw a cube first, right? And then we make this thing, this edge, it should be a little bit a form of a circle, right? And we do this by moving this vertex a little to the right, and then this vertex a little more to the right. So in order to have this control, I would need to move on this plane this vertex like any way I want, you know? Although that might be too complex, so I'm not sure if I'm ever going, like, the main thing that I want to have is the height maps. But in theory, we can have this hard stuff. Doesn't it involve calculus? I remember revolving things around certain axes. Ah, calculus is everywhere, right? Everything involves calculus. Okay, let's start with the height map. So like I was saying, we are going to have, in addition to a texture on a plane, an additional texture which is going to store the height, the distance that I'm going to make this texture go up on this specific point so that it's not plane. And in order to draw the mesh, we need to figure out what is the grid size, because yeah. So since we're doing a paint, I'm thinking that my grid size should be 1 pixel, but I'm not sure. I am not sure. Ideally, I think this should be configurable. I think it should be configurable, but what would be the... So basically my texture resolution, my texture like pixel density and my height map grid density might not always be the same, and I want to be able to configure those somehow. But let's start with a simple thing where it's going to be fixed, and it's going to be probably the same as the pixel size. All right, let's see. Here we have a plane. So plane has a texture and a transform. That's what we have. And now we will have, in addition to texture transform, I'm also going to have a height map. Height map. Height map is basically going to be also a texture, maybe? I'm not sure. Hold on. Let's see, what is a texture? We have an offset and a texture. I mean, actually... actually, that probably is it. And I think the height map should be optional. What about the file format, so that I will still need I still probably will need to be able to load things using the pin code, though. Not that I have a lot of old models that I need to save, really. I can just redraw them. Yeah, we use bin code. Which probably means that we will need to have multiple version. Oh, yeah, we need version. We need basically versioning here. I mean, our file format is really very small here. This is all we really have, right? So our PogPaint file format is just a list of planes. Every plane is an image, an offset, and a transform, right? And then we have a header which says PogPaint, and we can have something like PogPaint version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on, right? Okay. We have a save and we have a load. All right. I think let's start with versioning so that we don't lose our old data, because what I'm thinking of using it for is so we used it for the Ludum Dare game, right? And there's going to be a tournament soon. The Score Chasers. And maybe our game is going to be played there, but we're not sure yet. The voting is going to happen today. We will know for sure. So maybe what would my LD game do? The results are going to be there in 8 days, right? So we will only know in 8 days. But like I was saying, there was going to be a tournament here, right? Where people are going to play games against each other competitively. And since our game is a battle royale, maybe it will be featured here if it's going to be voted for. And the deadline for the voting is today, so we will know today if my game is going to play in the tournament. Where is Davey? I don't know, not here, I guess. But yeah, my game got quite a few ratings, but it doesn't mean that those are good ratings or bad ratings. We will see later. Um, but it was pretty fun watching people play it on streams. All right. So basically, if my game wins and is going to be played on the tournament, maybe one of those things that I did for the previous tournaments is going to be me drawing custom skins for all the tournament participants. So that's why I want to improve this tool so I can update and make custom skins tomorrow. Hello, Coffee Lava. Yeah, I'm going to improve my PogPaint today. I'm just going to explain it briefly again, because why not? Not like I want to actually start working on this thing, but what I want is to have a uh, yeah, I want to have a height map on my textures, basically, right? So that I can make 3D models that don't really look too plain, even although it looks pretty cool. My crab here, for example, right? But still, if I could add a little more shape to it, it would be nice. So I want to implement height maps for every single texture that I'm composing my models with, which is going to give me a lot of flexibility, and I think it will be nice. But we will have to try. But first we need to implement, and before implementing this, I want to have versioning so that my old models are still loadable. Right. Okay, so before we're doing the height map, I'm going to do the versioning, file format. See, this is all the file format far. So we are going to have mod versions, and we are going to have mod view v0. So this is our old version, right? And this is our old version that we were doing. I like the crabs. We all like the crabs. Are the best. Okay, so this is our old file format, and we're going to need to change the header to include the version, I think. Think. Hmm. How do you guys do the versioning usually? That's always kind of hard for me to figure out. There's like if eventually I have like 10 different versions, like what do? We convert from version 0 to version 1 if we have the current file in version 0, and then we convert from version 1 to version 2, and then we go in a row like this? Or do we go from version 0 to the current version immediately? Because we need to specify all of these transformations, right? Just write it into the file. Yeah, but I'm saying like if we have a file in the old version, how do we load it, right? Just bin dump it. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not doing bin dump. I'm using serde, which is the serializer, which just puts the bytes raw, right? Almost, but a little bit more structured, because you cannot just dump the bytes which contain the pointers, right? Or is that what you do in C++ still? How do you do it in C++? In C++ you don't have serde. C++ must be a pain to serialization. Okay, so here's how we're saving. So when I'm saving, I'm always going to be saving the last version. So I think in terms of saving a file, I only need to support the latest one, right? So header as bytes, and then I'm going to add the version, right? But we need to change. So like the PogPaint is already too old, and we need to come up with a new header, right? Just say sorry guys, breaking changes. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, but the problem is I don't like, I would have to redraw everything then, right? I don't know. Let's say versioned PogPaint. There you go. Versioned PogPaint, and then after the version PogPaint, we will have a couple bytes which will have the version in it, right? But for the regular PogPaint, so v0, header is the regular PogPaint. This is the old header, right? So we do writer, write, and we need the bytes, right? Okay, right. All question mark, and we're going to have the bytes here, which is going to be versions, latest. I mean, current version, right? I think this is what we're going to have. So I'm going to have multiple modules here. So we are currently going to be working on V1 version. It's going to be just a byte because that's the easy way of doing this, and it's going just to say 1. Right. There you go. Hello. Darova. Commands. We don't have a commands command. I'm too lazy to make a command to show the list of commands. What do you want to be able to do? You can do a fart. Or you can do a double fart. If that's interesting to you. Other than that, there's not really much there. Change avatar, is that possible? No, it's not possible. I need to do it manually. But I think, like, I would work on this, but I'm too lazy. How would it even work? I think, like, I would need to make a website where you go and upload your own thing, and then I will need to be able to, like, approve them, and then it appears on my overlay somehow, right? Or change from the list of predefined avatars. Then I would need to make predefined avatars. That's the easier way of doing this. But I think if I work on this, I would want you to be people to be able to upload their own custom ones. But then there needs to be validation, so I need to like do an actual like website. It would be fun, but I have other things that I want to do, like this PogPaint and my game, you know. How's your notepad going? It's going to be done in less than 8 years now, like in 7.5 years now. Working on it. You added text in it already? In C++, so of course. Big W? What do you mean? Of course, it's going to be 7 years because it's C++. Would be much faster if you used Rust. Probably rewrite it in Rust because you didn't really do that much work in it yet, right? Crashes from time to time, you know the usual. Literally because you use C++. Just rewrite it in Rust, there is going to be no crashes. Have you seen my PogPaint crash even once? No, because it's not C++. I just got into a debate with people about C and C++ versus Rust. Avoid those. I don't know. It's fun, but when people are serious about it, then maybe it's not fun. All right. Let's do this. So far, we have only written 2 lines of code. We have the versions, and then. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to do current version, and I'm going to say use versions v1 as current version, right? So this is the current version v1, right? And this is our header is going to be followed by the current version, right? And then when we're doing the loading, we're going to read the header over here. I'm reading the header. And then I'm asserting that the header is equal to the header that we expect. But that's no longer true because the header can be multiple headers, right? It can be a PogPaint and it's going to be a versioned PogPaint. Let's see. Let's see. Lines per hour. That's because I'm streaming, you know? If I wasn't streaming, I would probably already be done with this thing and it would already be released. And yeah, my game would probably be on Steam already. I just enjoy the distractions from the chat, you know? Okay, so how do we do this? This header and that header. We need to... okay, fine. I will just write... I just read 1 byte. That mute first byte is going to be this. Right? And then reader Read exact. So we read exactly 1 byte, the first byte, right? We read the first byte, and we're going to match the first byte of the first byte back, right? Can I? Is there even a thing so that I can read 1 byte exactly? Read. No, 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 no. It's always into a buffer, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, whatever. So we're going to match on this, and if it's going to be the versions v0 header, this. Wait, hold on. What is header? Bytes. Done. Oh, I cannot match, right? I can only do an if. If okay. First byte is first byte of this. All right. And if first byte is this, just play Drafty Crab. That was a joy. Did you play it alone? Because it has multiplayer, we could play it together. It is better you play it with other people, you know. Dada. I was just trying to type it. All right, let's do a couple of runs here. Did you make a game for the LD Arzulo dev, or did you not? Chicken. Okay, chicken. Okay, chicken. Oh shit! I just died. Okay, we have a couple people here. We have not icy lava, and we have lava. Does this mean that lava is icy lava, or is it coffee lava? Because if it's not icy lava, does this mean that this is coffee lava, or is this coffee lava? I have no idea. So many lavas around. Not for Ludum, I have been working on my own game for a couple years. Releasing in a week, actually. Nice. I would like to release a game myself, too, at some point. Everyone just decided to go into the water. Alright. Super Cuber. Also here, nice. This is fun. I played it a little bit too much at this point, so I think that this could be a lot better. But, yeah, I mean, it's alright. Could be a lot better, though. And get a game out. Yeah, we are working currently on the Linksider. If you haven't seen me working on the Linksider, this thing. And this Rafty Crab was just made for the recent Ludum Dare. But I think the game that we're going to try to release is the Linksider. But for that I will need to stop being distracted by all the other things like this PogPaint that I'm working on today. But, alright. We'll go back to Linksider soon. As soon as the I mean, probably on the next week. I'm not sure. All right, thank you guys for playing together. But let me try and write a little more code. So far, we have written 4 lines of code. Okay, so if the first byte is this thing, then it means that it is the old version, like, right? Yeah. Let's see. So version is this. So if it's version 0, then we just like hard code this here. Otherwise, the version is going to be after the actual header, right? So let's see. I'm going to read the remaining part of the header. So header, um, header length. Yeah. And then we do header. 0 is first byte, so like we replace it, and then we read exact header starting with the first and then to the end like this, and then we assert that the header is equal to the actual header, right? And then we read the next byte, so version byte is going to be this, and then we read the version byte, and then we return the version byte, right? So this is the actual version. Now we know it. Nah, it's equal. Insider looks very cool. Am I part of the Thinky Games Discord? No, what is Thinky Games Discord? Is it a Discord about games where you need to think? Am I drinking water? No, it's tea. Version byte. Okay, so here you go. Now we have the ability to load, and we are looking at the first byte. And we're figuring out the version by checking out the header. If the header is the old header, then it's version 0. Otherwise, the version is going to be the next byte after the header. Right? This should be it. Now we know the version. Right? Now we know the version. We know the version. And we're going to read to the end. We're going to do the, so we have the compression in here, and then we're going to decode. So like over here, the thing that we're going to decode is going to be based on the version, right? We are going to end up with the latest version, obviously. But let's see. So basically I'm going to use current version start here, I think, right? And in the current version, we're just going to have this stuff, right? In the current version, our planes are going to have the image and the height map. This is what I'm going to add, right? But I'm going to start adding it later. Right now, we only have the different headers. Puzzle game oriented Discord server. People help bounce ideas, playtest, etc. Nice. What type of tea? Like I'm not sure. What is it called? like herbal tea, maybe, you know, with some. I mean, it's black tea, but then with added other things. How to call it in English? This is prime. Okay, so here we go. We have V1 and we have V0, and we need to be able to convert everything into the V1, right? So this is going to be basically current version PP, right? But it's not always going to be this, because we're going to match match version, right? And if it is wait, I cannot do a match where I cannot match with a const, can I? Current version like I cannot do that, right? Or can I? Oh, I actually can. Nice. Can. Okay, versions v1 is this, and then a 0 is going to be the old one. So v0 is versions v0 this bean code deserialize from the buffer wrap sure whatever, and then we do basically we need to convert the old version into the new version. So I'm just going to say into by reaching a doubly linked list in Rust. No, but why would I need to? Want to try it? It's not hard. You can do it same as you do in C with unsafe, or do you want to do it without unsafe? There's a book called Learning Rust with entirely too many linked. I think like how often do you actually use linked lists in your programs? Because I think there has been exactly 0 times that I needed it. Yeah, I don't think they are needed for a lot of things. Yeah, you can do with weak references, but or you can do a circular references and just leak some memory. Or you can use a garbage collection. There has been a crate in Rust that I think like I have a use case for it actually, but a crate that's called hold on, Rust dumpster somewhere. Dumpster, a cycle tracking garbage collection for Rust. Like you can do this thing and do a linked list with this thing, and it literally just same as an you can just replace your arcs or RCs with this thing. I think. Garbage collection, alright, that's too much. uh I mean I don't need it for the most things, but have you ever tried making your own programming language, Coffee Lava? I'm wondering, since you're trying to do your own like text editor and other things. Have you tried making your own programming language? I think that's one of the use cases for a garbage collection. You have one in your game, your own programming language, by the scripting language, I'm assuming then, right? Okay. Do you have functions there? Do you have mutual recursions in your function? Do you have closures? Because that's my use case for it. You have a like can you do it in C++ too, right? Like we can have closures. Like A is can you do a recursive closure in C++? I'm not sure. You don't have types though. All are functions. So basically this thing, you can do A is a closure which calls B, right? And then B is a closure that calls A. You cannot do this in Rust, right? Because of things. I'm pretty sure you cannot do this in C++ either. So your functions are going to have to form an acyclic graph, which is okay. You don't need garbage collection for that. But if you want those things to be recursive, then you would need garbage collection. For freestanding functions, I guess when you're writing a compiler, you can just lick those because those are just like static things. But there is some use case for that still, I think. ETB, syntax for lambda. In C++? Yeah, I know, but in C++, you can have your lambda to capture a variable that is not initialized yet, I'm guessing, right? And that way you can have a mutual recursion in your lambdas, right? C++. It's something that you cannot do in Rust. But then they will like you can only do that inside a scope. So as soon as like you exit the scope, if you're capturing by reference, those things are going to be invalidated and like going to segfault. If you want to move them, then you would need garbage collection still, I think. Pretty sure. Like because the function one needs the second function in order to operate, and the second function needs the first function. Like there is a the graph is no longer acyclic. You need garbage collection for that. I think there are a solution for this thing to not have a garbage collection. I'm expected PP found nothing. All right, hold on. We have the version 0 and I need to convert from version 0 to version 1. Right? So v0 into, I think we just do this. Let's see. And whenever I'm coming up with a new version, I need to specify the conversion from the previous version, right? So I'm going to implement here from v0 pp or pp, right? So here's how we are converting the old into the new one. So planes, old planes into iterator map. And we are just doing this recursively for everything, right? Then we implement from v0 plane, right? We just do this. So in our v1 plane, we're going to add a new thing, which is going to be a height map. Okay, this should be good enough into um two, okay, this should be good enough. Plane is ambiguous, of course. Just do current version plane. No. It's let's just import everything manually here. Use plane, pp, and image. This should be it, right? We have and over here we say unreachable, unknown version, whatever. Should probably not panic, but return an error instead, but I don't care. What is this PogPaint? Hello, Jitspo. Didn't play my my LD game, but I used the PogPaint to make art for this, and this is the program. I can draw like in Paint, but it's in 3D, and my layers are 3D basically. So I can add another layer, which is another plane in 3D. That's basically it. And today I want to add some more abilities to this program so that I, on every single plane here, will be able to have more shape by adding a height map to it. Is PogPaint open source? Yes. There's a web build also that you can try, but it's I mean it's raw. You can just go here in the and try it out yourself, relying on the hotkeys right now. Kind of ugly, but I don't need it to be like fancy, user-friendly for myself yet. But maybe eventually I'll make it looking good and being intuitive. I just want it for myself because I'm not an artist and I want to be able to create the art quickly. Okay, so let me see. I can do a load, right? I can do a load chicken poop. And it doesn't load because over here, the header is not it. Hold on. So the header doesn't work. What is a file models chicken poop? This is a gzip compressed. I think it's because I forgot to convert this. Like at some point, I've recently been playing with Oclab. Curious what it would be like to make a paint that blend with that. Oclab is nice, but it's just like a color space, right? Just a color space, which is nice. But I think you can like, what do you mean by making a paint program with that blend with that? You can make it in your game, like using a shader when you're doing blending, or like you can convert your colors before displaying to the user from all clap to linear. I don't know. I wanted to use this thing for a long time, but I never did. I'm still like don't care enough, I guess. I guess it makes sense when you like. Oh, like, is it going to change the way it looks like because of blending? I thought the main use case for it is when you are trying to like do a lerp between one color and another color. I don't think you're going to see much difference when when something is just transparent, like semi-transparent. I thought the main use case is to like over here, for example, right? We're using the regular HSV, and you can see some sharpness over here in this yellow color. And if we were using the OCLab, it would be like a more a better looking gradient here at the top. But when your image is already drawn, does it really matter? Like, are you going to see the difference when something is semi-transparent? Because I don't think like I think the difference is much more like I think it's going to be unnoticeable, but I'm not sure. A paint program that lets you draw but blends in OCLab space. So like I'm doing a paint, so right now my pixel is either like fully drawn or fully not drawn, and when you have in GIMP like your regular, wait, hold on, this is not even installed. I don't even have it installed. When you have your regular brush with some transparency on the sides, it would fix some issue, you think? Because I don't think anyone ever complained about that. But I'm not an artist, so I'm not. Although at the same time, hold on, aren't you not like specifying the color space you're working in when you're doing GIMP? And Photoshop probably too. Could you next run next GIMP? It's a big issue if you blend in as RGB. Color management. Where is like I'm just wondering what you mean and what is the problem that needs to be fixed. I guess I need to choose what? Like a green color? Like this? And then we do a red color over here. And then in the middle, this thing just looks wrong, or what? Color management. Stands for color profile. So we're using sRGB, right? Can we change this in GIMP or in other programs? GIMP use OCLab. Requesting an OCLab color space. Look at this. Here's an issue. It's open. Been opened for 2 years already. It's major issues in the blue hue department. Do they have images to figure like what exactly is going to be fixed? I want to see, like, this is graphs. Like, I know the theory, but I want to like have an example of it fixing something in practice, not in theory. Yeah. Can we use like linear space though in like if we cannot if we don't use OCLab, can we use linear color space instead of sRGB? Color profile sRGB, like can I change this? Linear is better. Is it better though? Why are they using sRGB then? GIMP change color space. Convert to color profile. I never use this program, I have no idea. My biggest problems have been not with color spaces, but with the fact, hello rings, with the fact that I have been using straight alpha blending instead of using the pre-multiplied alphas. Like, I started using pre-multiplied alphas recently, and it helps with a lot of things. But changing the color space, I have not been doing that. I have to use 16 bits per color instead of 8. Where do I change it? I have no idea. Picker. Colors, color balance, saturation, exposure, curves, invert, linear invert. Hold on, there's invert and there's linear invert. Linear invert versus invert. This is inversion in different color spaces, right? We've been trying to get pre-multiplied alpha into Godot for a while. It's good that I am not using an engine so that I can change it whenever I want, but then, like, still I need to learn about those things. So we see over here, this is the regular invert, and then we do the invert in the linear color space, and we have this problem, right? So this is why the linear color space is actually worse than sRGB, right? Is that right? Main value invert. What is value invert? It's like in HSV, inverting the value. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not really what I'm what I care about, to be honest. Because I just want to work in my program like it's MS Paint, right? I don't need any semi-transparent pixels. I'm pretty sure that I will just not even support this in this program, the semi-transparency. Like, I don't need it. Three lines per hour? No, it has been more than 3 lines. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. we need to do this. So we're going to be, because this chicken poop pp file is like so old that it didn't even have the header at all. So we need to find all of the pp files, and we need to add the PogPaint header to the beginning of it. Here is our little script to do that, and then we do cargo run, and then I can open my chicken poop. No, I cannot open the chicken poop because we have the invalid gzip header. Hold on. Hold on. What is this problem with this chicken poop? Invalid gzip header. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do this. Print the current version. So let's see, because we didn't panic on parsing the header this time, which means that the header is actually right. Okay, and the version that I have read is version 0, right? So this is okay. Let's hold on. Maybe I didn't do this properly. PogPaint. No. I'm pretty sure that this does properly add the PogPaint header to the file. If only I remembered what did I use to make this file. Let's try doing git stash. Hold on. And then running, because I'm pretty sure that this repository right now just cannot load this file. Right? Yeah, it just cannot load this file. The header is wrong. If we look at this file though, and it says that it is a gzip compressed data, right? So the header for gzip is correct. Stash pop. When I'm trying to load this again, it says invalid gzip header. Oh, wait, I know why. Because I read the first byte, but I need to read the remaining parts of the header, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Because I see it. So we need to do, and we need to read the remaining part of this, and this should be equal to the version's v0 header, right? Because I didn't read the remaining part of the version 0 header here. I just read the first byte. Okay, I think this should be it about the versioning. This is going to load. Yeah, so here's the chicken poop, right? We have the little mushroom here. We have the crab. We have the chicken. And we have the poop. Right. Very good, very good. Let's try saving this file. Saving this file. Poop. Save. Okay. And then let's try loading the new saved file, because the new file should be version 1 now. It should be all the same, right? But the version is 1, not 0. So loading both versions works, and saving still works. Okay, there you go. Versioning. Versioning basically works. We don't have right now any models with version 1, which means that we can just change the file format here as much as we can, and we can finally start implementing the height maps. So every single plane is going to have an image, transform, and the height map. So let's see. Height map is going to be an optional. Is height map just an image, or is it something? I think it should still be the image. We are going to use only one channel of the RGBA though for our height. I think the height map is literally just going to be another image, which is going to be at the same offset with the same pixel density. But like I was saying, the grid of a height map can have different like density potentially. Hold on, you know what? Let me do this. This is going to be image data because this is literally just the data, but the image itself is going to be a data and offset. Think. And then plane is going to have an image and a height map. It's going to be height map. Height map is going to have the image data to store the actual data. And then we're going to have the offset, which is going to be maybe I'm trying to like think too much into the future because like we have the versioning now, right? And I can just implement more precise customization of a height map later. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, undo. Let's just do the same as the image. So we're going to have height map. Is just another image at the exact same position. And we're going to, so like when we're converting from the old one, the height map is obviously just not there, right? And when we are saving our model, so model is another thing. In our plane we have textures, transforms, and going to have the height map too. Okay. Texture has a texture and an offset. How do we like this scene? Height is just another texture, probably. So when I'm saving it here, we're going to say height map is plain height map texture. This. And I think we need to assert now. Assert that image or that plain texture offset is equal the height map. This is saving. When we are loading, we're going to have here height map texture from texture. So this is us making texture using the image data, right? Here is data image. This returns await only allowed inside async block. This is async. Don't have async closures, all right. That. Okay, I see. So we want to load the texture here. right? So I think we do plane, image, map, texture. Wait. And over here we do plane, height map, texture, the same offset. Setting the filter is going here. Right. So this is something that we don't need then. That, right? We have an optional future. Hold on. Last option future. Is there any helper to do the optional future? Have implement option. I don't know. Some option. Oh no, we can just do into here. But I cannot specify what is it. Future. Hold on. I think I can only do it this way. Alright. This should be it. This is it. So now we only need to do this thing. So height map. This is for the preview. Sure, maybe height map should be optional actually. You know what? In our plane, the height map should probably be optional. Okay, and the high and the offset is there only the height map exists. So we do if is plane map, then we do the insertion in the height map is plane height map as ref, then height map texture as a ref. It's the texture, and then we map it. All right. Now we need to do this here. So for when we're doing the preview plane for our rendering of a brush, we can say the height map to none, but I'm pretty sure that when we're doing the preview for the brush, we should use the same height map as the texture that we're actually drawing on. Let me just the comment to do here. Then, when we're creating a new plane, the height map is going to be not there originally. And then here, when we are creating the empty document, the height map is also not going to be there. All right. Okay. Now we have the height map in the model. We are not really... so we need to create a tool that allows us to modify the height map and also being able to render the height map. Because it's just there, but it's always nothing. We basically still don't have it. All right, let's start with a tool immediately, I guess. Tools. So it's going to be same as brush, maybe. So let's just copy paste the brush, and we're going to make it the height tool, the height map tool, maybe. Not going to be an eraser. We're just going to have a size. Let's see. Just going to have the new size. Found sure. Okay, hold on. I don't need that. Going to rename this to height. So height map brush is going to be named to the height map tool. Okay, so here we go. When we start a stroke, we like start drawing with our brush on our currently selected plane. We don't need the color or anything. What should this thing even do? I think in order to test this easily first, what I want is to just change the height from 0 to 1, for example. But it's going to be a different tool. I'm not really sure exactly what it's going to be. So we're going to draw the line. Yeah. On the texture. But it's not going to be that texture because we're going to draw instead on the height map texture. And the color that we're going to draw with is going to be the white color. We just replace the original empty texture with the white. We're going to start with black and we're going to the white. So draw a line. Let's see here. It's going to take a mutable reference to an optional texture. And then I say texture is texture get or insert with, so like if the texture is not there, then we will need to create it. Right? Texture new. We can create a new texture. This. Okay. So I'm just going to use the same drawing as our regular brush, but we're going to draw on the height map for now. Opacity is fine. When we're drawing the preview, Mm. We do not have the eraser. This is all probably going to be changed. Yeah, we just do the white here, whatever. Going to be changed. I just want to have at least some ability. Change the height map soon. And the text is going to be a height map. Not self eraser. Draw the color. I don't need that. Okay, whatever. This should be it. We need to register the tool. Hold on, how do we do this? Over here. We're going to have keys height map to check the height map tool, and we're going to use the height map tool here, right? Keys is going to have a height map, and in our keys here, we're going to have the tools where height map is going to be probably H. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that right now we're going to be, so we are using the height map tool now, and I'm drawing it, but we don't see the results of us drawing on the height map, obviously, because when rendering, I'm not really doing much. So let's see. When we are rendering plane, we're rendering a plane. Where does this even draw? We have the draw plane, right? Draw plane with program blend mode. Okay. Yeah, so basically, we will need over here to specify not only the texture, but also the height map texture, right? Height map is going to be height map. Height map matrix thing. Let's see. So height map is going to be a plain plain height map. Texture. So I need to like provide with the default texture here, I think. So I'm going to, by default, it's going to be like the black texture, probably. We already have the white texture, and I'm going to have the black here too. Black texture is just a 1x1 texture with the transparent black color on it. Let's call it transparent black. Alright. And the height map matrix is going to be the matrix to go from the UVs into the UVs on the height map. So for now, I'm just going to have the identity matrix here. Okay, and now we go into the shaders. Alright, we go into the shaders. Well, I mean, actually, hold on. Right now, I am not guaranteeing that they are same offset at all. Let's do this. Height map texture and height map offset is going to be, so like by default it's going to be texture is this and offset is 0, but over here we have texture, and in this case we're going to do texture and the offset is height map. Now I have both the height map texture and the height map offset, which is going to be like different. So we do, in this case, the matrix. I'm also not going to draw the quad anymore. I'm going to draw a proper like grid. So need to figure out how to do that, because it's going to be dependent on the sizes of the textures here. Plain texture bounding box. I have a height map texture, and should this be like so this matrix, I wanted to be the conversion from the UV on the texture into the UV on the height map texture. Means that I'm going to scale it back to the pixels, right? Which is going to be the original texture size. And then we're going to transform. We're going then to translate by height map offset as in texture offset. Hold on. So after I scale, it's pixel coordinates relative to the texture. Then we need to add texture offset to have it in the relative to the plane itself, and then we subtract the height map offset, and then we scale back, but using the height map texture size. So we divide 1 by x here. Okay, I think this should be it. So this is the matrix to go from texture UV to height map UV. Okay, now we need to do the shaders, and we need to change the quad into something else. But let's start with the shader, because right now we still are not going to see any results at all. But in the shader, we have basically only two shaders, right? Brooklyn with we're using the outline shader and the texture shader. Yeah, the texture shader. Let's see here. I'm going to so the height map texture is going to be sampled in the vertex shader actually. Height map texture, and we also have 3x3 matrix height map. Did I say height map matrix? What is height map matrix? Yes. So yeah, so now we have the UV, right? And I'm going to over here. So the normal of a current plane is basically 0, 0, 1, right? This is the normal. And we just do figure out the height. Height is going to be we sample the texture, height map texture at the position, which is going to be height map matrix. Height map matrix multiplied by the UVs, right? Like this. So we're sampling by figuring out the UVs on the height map texture by converting the UVs using the height map matrix. And then we just use the first component, the red color, right? So yeah, over here, this is our height basically over here. Or we can do a position 0 plus normal multiplied by height. We can do this, which is basically going to be the same thing. Okay. And then in our outline, we just don't use it, whatever. The outline is going to look very weird though because of that. But let's see, how is this going to look? Let's try doing this, doing that, and then doing the tool that is the height map, and trying and changing the height over here. Ah, I don't see anything. All right. Okay. Okay, fine. You know what? Let's just draw the height map instead. We're doing smooth texture 2D. Let's just do this. Instead of all of that, the frag color is going to be literally equal. That stuff. Okay. So it's always black, obviously, because we don't have right? And then if I use the height, oh, over here. So see, we are actually rendering on the height map texture. Wait, look at this. This is actually a little higher than 0. Pretty sure that it actually is a little higher than 0. And then we see the outline on the height 0. All right. Hold on. Does this mean that it actually worked? Because over here, this is on Z0. Over, yeah, okay. We actually have a little bit of height, but this height is 1 pixel, which is why we almost don't see it, I think, is the problem. So we need to change the maximum height here. U max height. Is what we're going to have. We're going to have max height is going to be the height map max height. Which I think is going. So yeah, because inside the texture, we're going to basically store the values from 0 to 1. So we need to scale them by something, right? Let's have a potential way of doing this. Plane height map. So height map on the plane is actually an optional texture, but it should be. Let's do instead optional height map. Height map is going to have texture side, and it's going to have the max I mean probably the minimum height also, because like it should be the range. So like we convert these values from 0 to 1 to a specific range, right? So minimum value is going to be this, and maximum value is going to be that, you know? And in the file format, we also need to specify those things then. Height map. Height map is an optional height map. Now, height map. So we have the image itself, And then we have the minimum, we have the maximum, right? The texture found option. Wait, what? Height texture. Oh, kind of texture dot. No field offset. A plain height map, because plain height map. Okay. Map texture offset. Put height map. So this is where I'm loading. Oh, over here, I need to load some paid height map where texture is going to be this. Height map image is going to be converted into texture. And the minimum and maximum height map maximum. So like we can convert those things, but when we are hold on, let's also max height. So I guess we have the max height and the minimum height too. Max and min. So height is min height plus we sample the texture, multiply them by the max height minus min height. We have here. So over here we're drawing on the height map texture. For some reason I cannot have autocomplete here. No field texture on optional height map. Okay, I see. Okay, because draw line needs to have an optional height map, I think. Because over here we're doing the new height map, right? And the new height map is going to be a line on the height. New. Then we're going to hold on. This is a different. This is a height map. I guess create height map. Going to have, so the minimum and the maximum are going to be by specified in the config file here. Config height map minimum and height map maximum. So we get under sort with, and then we take the text. Is create height. And we take the texture of it. Okay, there you go. Now inside the config, we're going to have map, height, config, minimum and maximum. To the config, we say here that height map is going to be minimum is 0 and the maximum is 16, maybe. So like this should be okay. What else have I not done yet? Transform. Okay, we have the max height, plain height map. Ah, shit, we need the height map. That height map is plain ref map. This. And then we say height map texture. It's height underscore black trans. Because I cannot pass like the optional into the shader. Okay, and over here, height map texture offset. Height map UV matrix. All right. And then we have the max height and the min height, right? So this is going to be height map dot max. We're also going to have min, right? Can it return reference to the temporary value? That is true. We do unwrap or without the closure here. Temporary value dropped while still borrowed. That is true. Okay. Empty height. So like we create this, but technically this doesn't really do much, I think. This should be okay. Okay, so now we can. So we're still drawing the quad, which is why, which means that the height map is going to be sampled only on the edges of this texture. So we'll create this texture, right? And then I go into the height map mode and I draw over here. It doesn't work. I don't see anything. Okay, hold on. Now I see it. There you go. Look at this. All right. So since we're drawing a quad, the height map is only going to be sampled in these 4 points, right? If I want to raise this one, I need to draw this here, right? And if I want to raise this one, I draw it here. I want to raise this one, then it's a little weird, a little buggy, but it works. Okay. Now, it kind of works. It's a little offset for some reason, though. What happens if I go back into the brush mode and like continue drawing here? Yeah, like why is this going back down? My question. So my actual text boundary is like this, right? Which is why this thing is not in the very like on the very bottom, because on the very bottom is going to be over here, because I didn't draw anything on the height map there. So so the question is then, if I go into the height map mode and if I do it here, like, so it doesn't matter over here for some reason. Hold on. What is the pixel that actually matters? Wait, this one? So this pixel over here, for some reason, is the one that actually matters. I'm not sure why. Whatever. You know what? Let's let's fix the other things first, so that it's more obvious what is happening here. We need to draw, instead of a quad, an actual grid, right? And like I don't want to create the geometry every time, right? Do I? We can do an instancing stuff. I'm going to draw a quad, and I'm going to do instancing. Inside OpenGL, we can do something like GL instance AD. Is it available in WebGL? GLSL S instance ID. It is not available. I'm using the old one. Which probably means that I will have to just do a different geometry here. All right. Well, let's do it. Why not? So like, hold on. Our height map is also in the different positions. Essentially, height map is on the pixel grid though. What is the bounding box? Plain texture bounding box. This is the thing that we want. But I mean, in that case, I don't need to sample the height map texture in the shader. It will just mean that I need to redo the geometry every time the texture, the height map actually changes. Which probably means that I don't even need to store it in a texture. But let's keep it inside the texture for now. Let's just create the grid. So instead of a quad, we're going to use a like the mesh here. Let's just create a new mesh every time we want to draw it, because whatever. Too lazy. So we are going to have mesh is going to be a vertex buffer to all right. And over here we need to supply it with data. So what is the data going to be? We need to basically every single pixel is going to be its own quad. Might be a little too much, and I mean, I'm doing very low resolution art, so it's probably going to be okay. But we can like do some automatic optimization. If the height map is the same, then we can. Right. Also, at some point, I want to change potentially the resolution. Mesh. I need to create this stuff. It's not going to be triangle fan. It's going to be triangles now. Right. So I need to do all the triangles. Let's see. So we go for. See, the bounding box that we need to cover is plain texture bounding box. We can unwrap easily. Right. So we have the points inside there. Points. Then we do flat map. Point. So the quad is something, and then we do. So we're going to have 4 vertices here, right? 4 vertices, which is going to be back to 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, and 0, 1. And then we map this to P plus V so that it's there. Then we have, I'm going to convert the quad into 2 triangles by doing quad 0, quad 1, 2, and quad 0, quad 2, quad 3. And then we collect all of that into a vector. And then we also map all of that into the vertex. What vertex are we using? What is our quad? Quad vertex? Yeah, let's just use the quad vertex. The position is going to be V. But then the transform, we don't need this. We just use literally the plain transform. Mesh is going to be row. Alright. So obviously we construct this vertex buffer every frame, which should be cached. Otherwise we're going to have bad performance, but we don't care for now. So I'm creating basically every pixel is its own quad. It looks like something is not really working here. Yeah, something is wrong. Hold on. I did something bad. We don't even have the height map yet, but just... So, hold on, what was it before? We scaled by the bounding 2. Hmm. Oh, 0, 0 was the bounding box center. I think the UV is wrong. Hold on, the UV is wrong. Because the UV was calculated using the position, and we cannot do this anymore. We need to separate those things. UV. We literally just do the UV here. Which means that we're not going to use the quad vertex. We're going to use something else. Let's have the mesh vertex here. We're going to have the position and the UV separately. This is going to have mesh vertices. The UV is going to be this. Then we subtract the bounding box bottom left. And then we divide by bounding box size. Is that right? Okay, well, the outline is wrong because I need to fix the outline shader too. But let's see. So we have this thing, right? And I can draw on this texture just like before. Now we go into the height map mode, and there you go. Now we can draw on the height map. And right now, my height map is, when I'm drawing, it's changing the height from 0 to 16. So it's the height of 16 pixels, right? Obviously, this tool should be different. This tool should do something else. But it works, right? It works. We have the height map. Should be more smooth or something. I'm not sure. What should it even be? I feel like sometimes I actually want to change. Okay, we basically just need a better tool now. We need a better tool. Which does something else. But the height map is here and it's working. It's good. But sometimes, hold on, sometimes it breaks. Like, what is happening here? Nothing should be changing there. Looks like something is wrong with the sampling. Is my height map texture... I think it's because it's on the edge of the pixels, which means that when I'm sampling it inside the shader, height map matrix, height map UV matrix, this thing, when we go into the pixels, we need to go from, so like 0, 0 is basically on the edge between the 4 pixels, right? So like for 0, 0, we want to sample the pixel 0, 0, not -1, -1. To do that, we just add a 0.5 here, I think. It should be good then. Okay, we have this stuff. Oh wait, hold on. Sometimes it freezes, I think because I'm trying to create a very big texture. Okay, and now I don't see anything changing. All right, it's working like it should be. It's a little laggy now. But we have some basic looking. Okay, I need a bathroom break. Hmm. Let's let's see. What is the next step now? Obviously I broke some things, but really going to worry about that. Because maybe I will change the way do things anyway. So what would be the way of me changing the heights, right? What is the easiest way of doing this? Like, if I am holding the mouse button, I am increasing the height constantly, slowly. Is that how it's supposed to work? Or should I set the height to specific things? I think if I'm using the same pixel density as the texture itself, like if I can change the height of just 1 pixel like this, then it's a little weird. I actually also, I don't think that like I want this much precision. I don't think that I want this much precision. I think what I want. So let's say that I was to create like a face, right? I would make something like this and a smile, right? I want something like this grid. Like we have a grid of 16 by 16 pixels, I think, or is it 8 by 8? I think it's 16 by 16. And I want to just raise this one up. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm actually unsure. What should I do? Because like if we have a very big grid, then the height map is going to look ugly, kind of. Because it is going to matter a lot. How do I divide a quad into two triangles? I didn't think this through very much. So one way of doing this is making the height map tool being a smooth tool, but same as the like the art itself. I don't want to have semi-transparent pixels and aliasing or stuff like that. And for the same reason as I think the height map will also be somewhat simple. But I don't see how we make it simple. Height map tool. Creating real world terrain from height maps in No, I want to. How does this tools work? Whatever. Just take a look at our tool. So we're doing all we are doing is just drawing lines, but when is the resume? Hmm. Also, like the way my tools work in this program right now is that I do it based on mouse movement, but for the height map tool, I feel like it should be based on just the amount of time I'm holding my button, even if I'm not pressing anything. So like the resume should have an additional delta time. So what I'm thinking also is that when we draw, we right now using the this circle shader. I think like if we continue in the height map using a texture, do it on the GPU, but then the blending mode should be like additive blending, I guess. I also kind of tempted to move this from GPU to the CPU because it's going to be easier that way. Just have a floating point value instead of coding the height color. I also like don't really need to sample the height map texture. I'm just creating the mesh. But I can export it into a simpler format, my models potentially, like into an OBG, something similar. And I can just oh hello. And I can just manipulate this stuff directly instead of going through a shader. Little annoying here. Okay, good. Let's just change the height texture. We go over the entire thing again and we do it from almost scratch. So our height map is going to be something else. Height map. It's not going to be an image, not a minimum and maximum. It's going to be height map. The height map is going to just have the data same as our image. Journal. Let's do it same as we have it in inside the image data. And we are going to have the image. The image has data, and we have the offset, this thing, right? Then the height map is going to have, height map is going to only have the, I mean, maybe height maps are going to sometimes be, I mean, I'm not even using setting. Let's have, you know what, let's have a height map data. Height map data. And have the offset. So like this. So height map data is just like the image data. It's going to be in enum. I'm not going to have the load. I'm only have the embed option here for now. It's going to have I guess data. It's just like a 2D array, right? A vec of vex. Sure. A floating point numbers. That's literally the height. This is the height map data. We are going to also have the sure. So then when we're saving, plane height map. Okay, so plane height maps. This height map is also just going to be this data, which is just the vac. It's, you know. I should use a proper array 2D. Rust array 2D. We just use this array 2D one. Does it do this 30? I don't see this 30 implemented. Why does this crate not have 30 implemented? Wait, hold on. There is a dependency on 30. There's a 30 feature. Okay, let's do that. Array this is a version, and features is srd. Okay, which means that height map data. It's going to be here. Array 2D, array 2D, loading points. Okay, then when we save stuff, height map. So we don't really need it to be equal now. We instead do image. Main image. We don't have offset here. We instead have the data. So when we are doing the old image, match old image with some. Wait, image is optional. Images should always be there. It should not even be optional. Whatever. Skip. Old image match old image to a match. Data is image into, and offset is going to be old offset. That's it. Okay. Is the image data. Again, going to have image data is image data. Offset main here. We're back, gamer. Back. I'm still doing this stuff. Going to take how long it's going to take me to like get what I want. This is a complex feature. I'm like doing trial and error, so I'm redoing stuff that I already done earlier. Sorry I left, I know you missed me. Of course. Thank you for coming back. Finally, someone else to talk to other than myself. What are you doing? What are you doing? Where did you go? Okay, so height map doesn't have a texture anymore, right? We just have this here. We just do not and then to a map. Was shading intent. Great. as a data. Yeah. Data is also going to be array 2D. Point with a capital D, of course. Just saving. To figure out a good system for converting versions. Yeah, I think the versioning is okay. I'm doing the height map business now. So every time I change my file format, I need to do a new version, specify the way to convert from the previous version to the current version, and I'm going like to be going in a chain. Right now I only have version 0 and version 1. If my file contains the version 0, then I just convert the version 0 into version 1. So like this is the only conversion that I want to suggest. Oh, trade objects with the next version. Maybe. Maybe I'm making a more generic solution for that would be nice. But whatever. I don't think it matters too much. We'll see later. I did the same versioning for the link cider. How did I do it there? I can also look link cider. Or did I do it in link cider? I don't even remember. Where did I do the versioning? I did it somewhere. Level. I think over here. Yeah, we have the version level. Let's see. How did I do it here? So when I'm doing the save to file, I'm just doing the versioned v1. Oh, this is how I have. I have the enum versioned, and then I have the versions listed here: v0, v1, and whatever, you know? So then I'm loading the versioned by deserializing it directly. But in this file, we're using the RON file format, not the binco. And then I'm just going in order, and if it's currently v0, then I'm migrating from v0 to v1. And then if we had more versions, I would just add another conversion here. Now it's similar. And like I think even with bean code, if I only add new versions to the end, and if I never modify the previous ones, it would still work. Mm. Image, plane, texture, breath, texture. And find struct variant or unit type image, because we need to import it over here. Okay, and then when we're doing the height map, we're making just start page. What is a start page? Height map texture. What am I doing here? Hold on. I need to. We are saving a file, and we need to convert the model into the file format. height map doesn't have a texture. We just have the data. And so that's what we do. Do as ref map height map, this height map, where the data is height map data phone, right? I think that is all that is needed. But we also need the offset. Offset is height map. So I guess height map should have offset just like the texture. Okay. Sure, offset. Expected height map data. Oh yeah, sure. Height map data, embedded data. Homepage has certain links to the common website I use. Like the homepage is in your browser. Like over here, I have an empty one, but you have something here. Like by default, it's not even an empty one, but like I changed it to empty because that's what I want, what I like more. Height web should have the offset, like the texture. Offset. All right, now we are loading. Loading texture takes image data, returns the texture. Hold on. We have a texture from yeah. We do plain image. Let image hold on. So image data and offset is going to be plain image match with some image, then with image data convert into a texture, weight, and image offset. Otherwise, if it's none, then we do none, 0. Here it is always going to be some. We do create texture from image, which is going to be texture, offset. Okay, and then we do the height map again. In structure fields data, and we have the plain height map as in the file format, and we just have this data here. Data is height map data. We're going to match this data, that is height map, And if it's embedded data, then we just do the data, right? Variant. All right. Something like this. GPT, Figma, keep. Yeah, but you can just have the bookmarks. There's like, if you are using Firefox or something else, you can just use the bookmark. Is this like, is this better because you use V? Hold on. V is versatile. V. I don't know. It sounds like fun, but I don't really see the practicality of this thing because it already exists in your browser. Oh, so fun. And just for fun makes sense. Okay, now the height map tool is not working. This tool is not working. Empty height map is not working. All right, here is what we're going to do here. This height map texture, height map UV metrics, we don't need that shit, right? We just do literally over here in our shader. Texture shader. We don't have height map metrics. We don't have mean height, max height. We texture. So height, we don't have this, and this we don't have. All we do is just use the A position here, and the position is going to be a 3-dimensional vector instead of 2-dimensional vector now. That's it. I think. And then we do the same for the outline. At the same time, so this should fix it. Then whenever we are drawing this, this is not needed, not needed, not needed, not needed. Instead, when we're doing the mesh vertex, the position is a vec3 instead of vec2, right? And over here, we are going to extend this by the height map data, right? So we need to figure out what is the current height here. At the height at the position, which is this position, right? Yes. Let's see. What is height? Height is a function that takes a vec2 integer and returns ourselves a floating point number, and it's going to be if plane height map is sum, then we take the data from the height map, otherwise we just return 0. Over here we do height map. Yeah, height map data get. Yeah, I think get. So row. Let's see. So position is going to be position minus height map offset, and then we do px and py. Get index. There's a row column. So we do if px more than 0 and py more than 0, otherwise 0. I mean, this is this or that. Then we return 0. Also, we do let this, otherwise return 0. So now we have x. We can now convert this to the unsized integer, because that's what this thing maps, right? We check that it is not less than 0. We can do the get, then we do copy it, unwrap, or 0. So the upper boundaries is going to be checked by this. This is how we get the height at the specific position. Without any shaders or other shit. And the draw line, I don't need the draw lines here now. Hello, Pigorli. I don't need draw all. Draw width. We're not going to do any rounding. We'll need to figure out how to do the preview. Draw preview. Draw preview is going to be a to-do here for the height map tool. We have a size though. Resume. Okay, so we don't have the draw line. Hold on. Let's start with the simple stuff. Let's start with the simple stuff. This. Let's see. How do we do the rounding of the position? Yeah. Are we painting pogs yet? Yes. We have been painting pogs for a while now. Have you not seen my crab game where you poop on other people? That was pretty pog, right? And it was painted. This program. It's pretty pog too. Okay, hold on. What am I doing? So when I'm clicking with my height map tool, what should happen? We're back to this question finally, because I did all the other stuff. And I think, let me just change the height at a specific position, you know? I think that's what we should do for now. Fine. So it's not going to be draw line. Self do, self, let's do draw, viewed, plane, height map at the position. Okay, this is what I want. Like, not draw, but like use. Paint. Okay. Paint. Left click increase, right click decrease. Yes, but it's going to be like here's what I'm thinking. Just like you have seen somewhere else how the stuff usually works. So we're going from the side view. I'm clicking like over here, right? And this is our plane. It is plane, right? So when I'm clicking, it's going to start creating a hump here, like this. And when I'm going to continue clicking, it's going to raise this thing even higher. And if I do in right click, it's going to do the opposite way, basically. You know? So it's not going to even change at just one position the height, but it's going to make this little like hump thing. So the pixels that are closer are going to be affected more than the pixels that are further away. And the longer I hold, the higher we go. Right? And then also there should probably be another tool that makes everything flat for the height map. So yeah, over here we're just painting on the height map on this position. But technically should also take the let's make it delta time this. And by default delta time is going to be here. But it's going to be different. Height map viewed. So we're going to create the height map is what it means. Height map. Height map. Get or insert with back. Mr. Beaverman. Let's see. Move the height map. Height use map. When I'm creating the new one, it's just going to make offset 0 data HD new. Can I just do new? Hold on. How does this array2d even? Didn't even think about it. How do I create a new one? There's no new method. Array2d. Create an array2d. Can it be created in many different ways? These include providing the rows will be the same size, but in a flat slice of it. Okay, sure. We do array2d from row major of rows. Can I just do 0, 0, by the way? Is it work? Because that's the new one. Test field width. Sure. Don't need to unwrap. Okay. Gradient. Sure. Anyway. We need
Can you rechat, please?
10 push-ups. Oh shit. Right. Let's go. Socks, thank you. Okay, back to working. We have an array filled with zeros, right? Yes. And so here's what I want. I want it to be same as the texture, right? Where we can ensure bounds. This is what we want. And we want the bounding box. Because it's same as texture, but we store the data not on the GPU, but on the CPU. Does he format on save? Me? Yes. I also do the autosave. We have number of rows and number of columns, which is going to be width and height. So this is, hold on. This not even be optional then. Let me just do some here. For expected I32, yes, we'll do map as I32. Okay, so when we're ensuring the bounds, we have old bounding box and new bounding box, and we say that if new bounding box is not equal to the old bounding box, that we need to create a new array, right? So self flat, I mean std mem replace self data with array d new field with 0. So we fill everything with zeros, but the number of rows is going to be new bounding box width, and the number of columns is the height. This is it, and this is the old data. So now we need to copy the old data into the new data. Do we have this method here somewhere in this array 2D? Can we copy an array 2D to a part of another? Is there a way to get a slice in this? No, we don't. So which means that we surely what? So I will just copy this manually then, right? So for something in old data, um, like what do we do? The elements row major iterator, you know, something like this. We have elements row major iterator. On our column major iterator, but I don't really care. Oh, but oh wait, hold on. But no. I want to iterate with the indices too. Hello, Brainoid. I guess we iterate over the rows then. Rows iter. Hi. Rows iter over all rows. Oh, there we go. There we go. For row. So we do row index and row in this iterate enumerate, and then we do for column index and t x whatever height, I guess, in row enumerate like this. So height is a reference to the floating point. We literally just do then the new data set at the row index, column index, but we need to add here the offset x, and over here we need to add offset y. We set the height there. So like we need to copy the subarray manually. You are contributing? What do you mean? Did you make a pull request? I'm scared to look. Issues? Oh, you meant like saying enumerate. Oh, I see. All right. um. Okay, and now we need to see the offset. So offset is going to be old bounding box bottom left minus new bounding box bottom left, and then we need to convert those to the U size because that's what here, right? This be unwrapped. Issues, not enough contributors. How complex is Gang as a library? Basic OpenGL and GLSL. Oh, it's not that much more than basic OpenGL and GLSL. See, we did some GLSL today already. There's like a little more on top of the OpenGL. Ensure bounds. Okay, so we can ensure bounds, right? We have the new data and all the empty space is basically zeros. Okay. So we can ensure bounds and then we can modify this stuff directly, right? Okay, so here's our height map tool. We are going to create the new height map. And expected height map, found PogPaint. Where we do this stuff. I'm bouncing on my chair, yes. Oh, you mean, hold on. The problem is that, like, if you want the emote to be animated, I need animated slots, and I don't have. I only have one, so we only can do the. Wait, oh wait, we actually have two. We have this one. Is this one used? We can delete this, I guess. Although technically the crab is not really used much. Did you miss my? I have no idea, Davey. How could you?
Naruto doesn't have a hello.
Okay, so we are initializing an empty height map, and then we do height map ensure bounds, so that we can fit there, right? Sure bounds. Let's make it public. Sure, whatever. So what is the bounds that we should have in order to draw on this thing, right? Are you ready to rewrite the whole game? Wait, are you going to continue working on your Ludum Dare game? No. Hold on. Davey needs to work on the link cider. What do you mean? You're trying to distract Davey by working on another project. No. That is not allowed. Only I can be distracted. Davey should not be distracted. I will be working on two games at the same time. On what games? You want to work on the Close to Light too, right? I thought Icy said that Icy is going to work on the Close to Light. I will be working on one game at the same time. Which one is it going to be? Pure Bounds. Hold on. What am I doing? Okay, we want to paint the height on the height map. Position is this. So what are we going to do? We have this size. Bounding box is going to be position. We are going to round this thing, convert this into an integer, then extend this point is going to be extended in all directions by this size. And this is our bounding box that we need. And then we go for eb4 point in bounding box points. We're going to modify them. Is s into the same thing as s type? No, it's not. As is more like in C++ when you are converting from one type to another type. Like when you're converting from an integer from a floating point number, you just do the conversion, right? And when you go from the floating point into an integer, then you're basically like truncating the floating point. Like you only take the integer part of that, right? You're losing some data when you're performing this conversion, and when you're using the into, it's only supposed to work when you don't lose any data. So it's not implemented for all the ways. So like an F32 can only implements from the 8-bit integer probably. Redundant closure. Okay, so now we are finally modifying the height map. We do p. We do height map. Get mute p wrap is going to be equal to 1. Let's do this. So we need to do the get mute. Turn mutable F32. Optional. It's going to be self data get p is p minus self. Row is going to be px. Column is going to be py. And if px 0 or py is less than 0 or none, and we can convert it. Get me. We do the same with just the get. Ability. This, and then probably I'm gonna go to render. We just do height map get map for 0. This. So this is not even going to return a reference. Instead, we're going to return this copied. Okay. Now the height map tool. So I'm just like replacing all the heights with 1. But I should do something else. I should do plus equal delta time. There you go. Multiplied by self context config height map inch speed. This. Height map have the inch speed 1. Here it's going to be 8. Okay, let's see. Hello, Infinite Coder. Hello. Height map is mutable. Because get require only regular reference. Okay, so now we should be slowly. Let's do this, right? And then I go into the height map tool, and then we do this. Oh shit! And then we crash, unwrap, and unnone. Okay, get mute p. Okay. Wait, so I ensured the bounds, and then I iterate. Yeah, so this this means that the ensure bounds is wrong. Phoenix are still way better than segfaults. Yeah, I agree. Like I mean I know exactly what's wrong. Uh, do I? I'm pretty sure that this method is correct. And ensure bound. If the new box is smaller than the old one, bottom left diff is negative. Yeah, over here it's negative. You're kind of right. This thing, right? The offset. Wait, no. I mean, the new bounding box is the basically the union of the old bounding box and this bounding box. This bounding box is never used again. So if the bounding box is smaller, then the new bounding box can only extend the old bounding box, basically. That's what this part is about. So we ensure that this is inside the bounds while keeping the old bounds. We have the new bounding box size. Or the bounding box it's offset and the data rows. So after I'm ensuring that this bounding box is inside the bounds of the height map, I should be able to get every point inside this bounding box. That is a little weird. Or is it? Hold on. Do debugging this height map bounding box. Just see what the bounding box is, and I guess this thing also something that we need. So as you can see, the bounding box that we wanted to and bounding box that we got had the offset 0. Okay, I see it. I see the problem. It is we have this invariant not like the ensure bounds should change our offset, basically. Our bottom left should be changed, right? So we do self offset needs to be new bounding box bottom left, basically. That was the problem. I should probably not even expose this. No. This is going to be like empty. And we instead get the getter so that this in stuff doesn't break. Yeah. I mean, whatever. I'm too lazy to do that actually. Run. Should work. Hi. Okay, there you go. So now we have this little thing, right? We can build a castle like this. But obviously it should be like we should modify the height slowly and not this fast. And by doing this, I need to tool on resume probably. So over here we're doing tool current resume. This only is being handled when we're doing the move of the mouse cursor, but technically should do it on every single frame, probably. Handle move is when, so like right now we're only like continuing like using our tool when we are doing the movement of the cursor. But for this tool, we want it to be continuously being used over time. Right? So resume. Resuming only works if we already have this stroke, which means that just do this every frame, right? Hello, Edigon. When's the voting ending? When is the voting ending? 4 hours. What is happening here? Looks like the Rafty Crab might win. Okay. Which means that maybe tomorrow I do the custom skins if I'm not too lazy. We'll see. Before, so like today I'm doing the I'm improving my paint so that I can make more fancier models. Not only the 2D planes, but also have a little bit of the of a height map action. So that can make something looking more like 3D. Alright, timer. Where is this timer used? Timer tick delta time. Yeah, here. So we just do self tool belt current resume self state ray self ray still cursor position. General self is immutable because it is also Road is mutable. No way. This. Okay, so now we're going to like use this resume on every single frame, which hopefully isn't going to break the regular brush. Yeah, it looks like the regular brush is not really broken. So now when we're doing the resume, is when we're going to actually use the height map tool. Instead of doing this paint, where's my tool? Here. Instead of doing the paint on starting the stroke, we're going to do the painting when we're resuming the stroke here. So we do the paint, and the delta time is going to be stroke timer tick. So we're going to have a timer here. Let's not do the sound effect. I don't want the sound effect to be there. I mean, maybe we will later. We are going to have the timer. We are ticking here as seconds after. Should be good enough. And then we just missing the preview. Not sure what the preview should be here. No, that's not the only thing that is we're missing. Hold on. So here's our stuff, right? And then we're going into the height map, and as you can see, it is raising slowly like this, right? But right now, I am raising every single thing in a square at the same rate, but we should instead move the things that are closer to the center faster, you know, stuff like that. What's the usual shape of this tool? Just do the ease in, ease out or something, right? A window. So over here, we have this point, have our original position that we were let's see. So this is this stuff. We take the length of this vector. We divide this by our size to get a value from 0 to 1. Means that our size should probably be a float. That will do that. So we're doing the rounding. Technically. I'm going to do this thing. Used. So we have this value from 0 to 1. We use a Gaussian function. Yeah, but the Gaussian function is is never 0, right? Always positive. It's just it's basically 0 on the infinity, right? That's not something that we want. We want to only affect a certain radius. I mean, we can use the Gaussian function and like clamp it by the circle. I'm wondering what is usually used though. What is usually used? When you have a brush in your like Photoshop, it's not a linear gradient of the alpha value too, right? It's a smooth step. Yeah, is in, is out, which is the smooth step, right? Maybe SQRT. Do we want to do SQRT? I think we want the smooth, but I don't know what works better. We'll just try. Okay, so this gives me a value from 0 to 1 where 0 is edge. So I also do the maximum of this in 0. What if we just have linear? Linear is going to look very bad, right? Linear is going to look pretty bad for sure. I mean, actually, you know what? Actually, it's not that bad. No, it's not that bad. If we just use the linear one. And over here, I'm using the bigger brush. It's pretty bad. What do you mean it's pretty bad? It's pretty okay. I mean, yeah, we're creating basically like a cone. Bigger brush is better. Yeah, I think we're going to use a big brush for this stuff anyway. So hold on, what am I actually going to do this? Use this on? I was thinking that we draw something like a face of a dude, you know. So over here we have a face, and then we have the eyes and a beautiful smile, right? And we just fix the fact that from the side it looks flat, right? By making this stuff go a little bit like further in, you know? And we just well, we'll make this face like more beautiful by doing this. The bump function. Yeah, we use the bump function. I guess. Big beauty. Bump function. Called a test function is a function. Is both smooth, continuous derivatives of all orders, and compactly supported. The support of a real valued function is a subset of the... Okay. So what's the actual math? Where is the function? Which one of these maths? This one? So when we are from -1 to 1, it's x -1 divided by 1 minus examples. This is what it looks like. So if x is 0, then it's going to be exponent with -1. Means that the value at 0 is not even 1. Yeah, but they don't specify what's the value here. Okay, anyway. Does this look good? I don't know. It's also like really hard to make the proper shape, you know? How do I make a good shape here? We also need a smooth tool, I guess, for this to work. I don't know. It seems like very complex tool to use. It's too much precision, you know? I want... Anyone has an idea how to make it as simple as the pixel art? Without going into modifying the triangles themselves manually. Is UV mapping hard to implement? I mean, UV mapping is hard to use, in my opinion. I mean, if we go and... I mean, we could just use Blender. The reason we created this is because Blender is too hard to use. We want something that is simple. So like painting right now is simple on these flat planes. But if I want to have a shape to my planes, I want to... Yeah, I thought the height map is going to be easy. Maybe have control over the height map on this side. We'll draw on the height map texture. But what does it mean? Have control over the height map on the side, pixel draw on the height map texture. What does it mean? On the side. Like split the view into the two views so that I draw into... But how does it make it simpler? I think like the height map right now has a little too I mean, the resolution of the height map is too much. Just copy Blender. Mm, but in Blender is Blender is too hard. And make a perfect half sphere. I can, but with code, not with this tool, right? Not with the current tool that I have implemented. Also, I don't really want a perfect sphere, because I'm going to draw in pixels. You could quantize the displacement so it would be pixelated in the normal direction. Okay, maybe you select an area and then extrude it with some function. No, I want something easy. I think this is too much control that I have right now. Flat fill and raise the field area by quantized amount. What is quantized amount? Quantized. When a quantum object is put in a box, it behaves as a wave and can only have given shapes. I mean, maybe we should have a pixelated in height. Yeah, basically, like our height should be not a floating point, but an integer, right? Is what you're saying. I mean, hold on. Let's go back to what I was thinking about, like originally. Here's a here's a face of a dude, right? Here's a face of a dude, and here's so like I think I want basically to have a head of a dude, right? I want to draw the face something similar to this, and then I want to draw the hair. And in order to draw the hair, I want to do something like this, you know, like this is the hair, right? But then the problem is that this hair from this perspective looks like we don't see it, right? So what we do for this, we go over here and we raise the middle of this thing like this, right? And now we have it, right? It's a little weird because it's not working as I want it to work. A witch hat. Yeah, like I don't want to have a witch head. I want to have something else. Like I don't know, more like this maybe, and then can somehow connect two planes with each other and smooth the edges. What do you mean connect these things with each other? I mean technically this is not too bad. Kind of working. But I don't like the way I'm controlling the shape of this stuff. And then also, I want to draw my head itself as a texture on a cylinder. So I was thinking that in order to do a cylinder, we bring the middle of the head a little bit further, you know? Something like this. So that from the side it looks, well, not like this, but you get the idea, right? And we add another stuff here. Like a round edge of a cube. So like, we can start with a cube, you know? We can start with a cube like this, right? And then another cube like here, right? So this way, because we have the snapping, we have these two edges like connected with each other, right? And then by using the height map tool, the idea was that, you know, that we make it look like something else, but so like make a sphere or a cylinder this way. But yeah, this tool is not working very well. It's something else. sort of works. Yeah, it sort of works, but not really. Also, the shape is too smooth. I don't want a smooth shape. I want something that works well with my big pixels. Which means that we need to have a very low poly model. But then if I have it be very low poly, then it would be just like in Blender, where I'm just moving the vertices. But then where are those vertices? Like, maybe I should create a grid on a 2D plane myself somehow, and then be able to move those vertices. So that I create the triangulation manually. Because, like, the way we do the triangulation, like, matters. But that also sounds pretty hard. I want something simple. You know? When we do a 2D, so what would be my workflow? Like, I need to be able to, like, by default, it just draws a square with the texture inside, right? But if we want to, I don't know, like making your, like, triangulating manually seems like not the way. Here's another idea then. I think I don't see how the height map can work anymore. I thought it would work, but I don't really see the idea. Here's another idea then. What if when so, like, how else can I make any shape I want? I think the other shape is making, so, like, making a custom triangulation is kind of hard, but when we're working on 2D, making a custom polyline is kind of easy. We just click points and make a polyline, right? Like this. Right? That should be pretty easy. And then I can move those points and do shit. And then this basically is going to define the shape. So, like, here's what I'm thinking about. We if I want to draw on a cylinder, then I click like 5-6 points to make it low poly cylinder, right? Like these points. It makes me this shape on 2D, right? And then we have a 2D shape, a 2D, like, polyline that is going to be converted in 3D by making on this edge this little thing, and making on this edge this thing, right? Know what I mean? It's not a height map, but we, instead of drawing on a flat plane, I mean, we can kind of already do this by doing what I'm doing, but it is pretty hard, you know? I think maybe we just make a tool that allows us to create these a bunch of like it allows me to create a bunch of these planes by drawing a 2D shape on a perpendicular plane. Does that make sense? So like I draw this shape and it creates this stuff. You know what I mean? I think it makes sense. So this would work with the way it already it would work. There's a problem right now because if I create a plane, like over here, I'm creating a plane, right? And then I don't draw on it. I'm instead just select something else. I have no way of going into that plane because I didn't draw anything on it. The only way I can select objects is by clicking on them right now. So if I create 5 empty planes, then like how do I select them? And also I want to draw on multiple planes at the same time, I think, which is missing right now. Right now I can click on this one and I can continue drawing on this, right? But I want to draw on this object as a whole, I think. But I think that's like a different feature. Maybe I should be able to select multiple objects at the same time. And if I don't know, maybe if I have more than one plane selected, then I should just draw over the pixels that already exist. Or something. When I do a 2D shape, then I could create not empty, but maybe like the workflow would be something like I do a bunch of clicking. I do click here, click here, click here, click here, and it creates me this shape. And then when I'm done, I also am going to determine the height of the cylinder basically that I'm going to draw. For example, so that it creates not empty but already filled stuff. Yeah, that could work, but I don't know. I'm gonna like, is there any way we can make the height map work, or do I just delete all the work that I did today? Because I don't really see him. Hello, Pomo. How are you doing? I was thinking about making the custom skins for the Rafty Crab, so I wanted to figure out how do I make this stuff better so that I can make more 3D looking shapes. I tried implementing this height map idea, but I don't like how it works. I have no idea how to make it better. So, not sure. It needs to win first. Yeah, true, true. Have individual pixel heights. Boom. I mean, that's what we have already. Or do you mean, the pixels should always like have horizontal, make it a voxel. No, that's exactly the thing that I don't want. I don't want to have voxels. I don't like how voxels look. Just look at this, like cube world is the game, right? I don't like this style. I'm just a voxel hater, that's true. But I don't want to be Minecraft. I want something else, something different, you know? And this is even worse than Minecraft, in my opinion. Like, Minecraft looks better than Cube World. Let's see what What Pomo? You want analog meshes but pixelated textures. I want like I would do like hold on low like super low poly low resolution stuff. No. Why is there a frog? Like this is not what I want. This is not what I want. Is this what I want? They have a high resolution texture on a low resolution model for some reason here. But yeah, this is more like what like I want this, but also like with pixelated textures. But I don't know any good examples. Voxels is what lazy ass me would do without having money to buy assets. You're like Punti boobies? Yeah, I mean, that's how I would do boobies in my game. But the texture, I don't like the texture. What's that's a good example. I mean, I saw this tool, the crocodile. Crocodile. This one looks more like it. But this is like for someone who's good at art, right? Do like what's the actual workflow here to create a model though? Like they're composing their shit out of tiles, which also sounds like a lot of work. I want something that is quick. And over here, they are basically doing manual triangulation from what I see, I think. I'm assuming, because I'm going to skip through. This video is 1 hour long. I mean, this is 15 minute into the video, and they didn't even start doing anything, which means that this tool is not good. You know, it's slow. I want something fast. Imagine Kuvi reading both messages around my own and skipping mine. What do you mean? You want straight lines though, don't you? Yes. Straight lines, like low poly, which is why I don't like this height map stuff that I have created. It becomes too smooth. He likes it fast. What about these voxels? So, let's see. Yeah, no. This is too much work. And also, I don't think that they look good. Still. It looks too noisy. Nah, I don't like it. What is this? 30 minutes into the video and they didn't draw any single texture yet? 1 hour to draw this fox face? Like, no, this tool is not good. But this looks like the tool that I would want. Like, this is how I want the fox face to look like, right? So what I wanted to do instead is we just draw this fox face as like from the front as it was a 2D picture using paint, and then we just change the shape of it by clicking on the screen, creating this triangulation quickly and changing the heights. Maybe that like maybe that's the way the height map work. Blender. Is it done? Blender not be full screen? Hello, Blender. Something is wrong with Blender. How do you do Blender? We add a plane. How do you add a plane? Shift A, surface, all plane. How do you do plane? There you go. And then you do the subdivide or something. Don't remember how to do this. Shift A, Control Shift A. What is the thing to like search through? I don't remember. Do tab. Go into the edit mode. Grid. This is what I want. Or do I? Actually don't want to have it. Like sometimes I want close Blender. I don't. Like sometimes I want to create this triangulation on my stuff. Sometimes I want a grid. Sometimes I want something else. What is this? Feather 3D. Oh wait, hold on. This is literally my application, right? This is Paint 3D. So can you make any shapes here? Or how does this work exactly? What is this app? Feather 3D Sketchbook. But they also have only 2D planes, right? Or do they have with their strokes? Like grease penciling? Or is it 2D? Sometimes you draw with something that has width. It's just easier to create many planes. Please check it. You. I mean, how many 3D planes are there on this little thing? This is like half a sphere, right? So how did they draw it? This app. Web app install. Open this page in Chrome, but I'm in Firefox. The top right, more install app. What does it even mean? I mean, I can open Chrome, but is this like an extension for Chrome? Wait, hold on. On the top right, press more, and then install. Install Feather. Shit. Install. Hold on. We actually installed it on the iPad faster than we installed it. Here's the iPad, right? Here it is. Take a look. I want to take a look. Okay. Sort tab. Use finger as pen. So this creates. Wait, what? What is this? What is this? Hold on. This is like a selection or? Oh, and then I can draw on it. Oh, hold on. I think this is exactly what I was talking about. This idea. How do we undo here? Where is the undo? The not two button tap. Hold on. So we create literally looks like you extruded. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly like the idea that I had before we started looking at this, right? So we just draw something like a circle like this, right? And this is basically an infinite circle, right? That we can draw on the sides, right? So this is yeah, and also it looks like the strokes, they are actually 3D strokes here. So this is more like grease pencil. But we can do the same, but we like draw on the sides of this thing directly. So instead of making new 2D planes, we can make planes that look like a specific shape. So like I do this, and then this is the stuff that we draw on. Yeah, but this is also pretty cool. No different than applying texture on the mesh. Why is it not no different? I mean, can I select stuff here? So they have a hole over here in the middle, and they hide it by drawing something in front of it. Which is also the way I would do it. Right? You basically create square mesh in OpenGL and apply texture. You check where cursor points and paint texture and render it on the square. Reshape mesh and you get what you just saw. Either way. What? I'm not sure what I want. How do I make something like this? You know, and then, so like what I want is I want to create a mesh like this, and then take the middle point, make it go up, so that we have a cone, you know? That doesn't really work. This thing, right? Or is it just a very special case? Or do I not want the cone? I think I want though, because that's like how you make the hair for the characters. When you draw a head. You know what? Let me commit this. But I will revert to the previous branch because to the previous. I will just undo all the stuff that I worked on today. Git, check out the new branch, height map. So we go back to just versioning to this commit, I guess. How do you reset the branch to this commit? One knows. Just check out. Do you do something else? Git reset soft. Like this. I guess. I used git reset hard, and git reset hard doesn't keep your changes. What I wanted to do is the hard, because I don't even want any of this. Right? And we just do the force push. Git push force. Okay, now we're back. This because I did something that is bad for performance, this height map. And I didn't optimize it, and since okay. So we just draw a shape on the screen, and this makes like a cylinder of this shape. And since I want it to be low poly, this is going to be me clicking on points, making a polyline, and making this a vertical plane, this a vertical plane, this vertical plane, this vertical plane, and shit, right? What if I want to change the shape later? I think this might be enough. I think this might be enough. Just me doing this stuff. Maybe I don't really need the cone. If I want to make character add, then I could instead just make something like this, then something like this. I only could make them positioned exactly as silly, right? So this is not very quick way of me making this like hairline, and I would do like this stuff multiple times, right? This is like the top of the head, and then on this side we have this part, then we have another one like here, right? Yeah, they don't look like connected. What I wanted to achieve is making it so that they are like easily connected. Also, we're missing this part, so that's why I went for the height map. I guess I need to think about it more, because I don't know how to make like the shape that I want here. Let's say a hat, right? I want to make a hat for the character, which has like this shape from the side, right? You know? How do I make something like this? I mean, I can make the base, right? And I can make like the top layer like this, right? And then how do we connect them together? The question. So I want to draw a cylinder under this. And that's where it's becoming hard. I don't know, maybe I just need to figure out how to use Blender. I have no idea what I'm doing today. Yes, see tomorrow. There you go. Here's this dude who's doing a pixel art editor that doesn't suck. Right. Hopefully I will figure out something eventually, or I will just try and learn how to use Blender again. Blender is hard. Alright. Next time, bye.